Thank you, sir.
Everything is so wide. He's a gentleman,
Unlike his roommate. I was just thinking, I get the key to the room still.
Yeah.
So we should all verge up there and put in this room.
Are the boys still asleep?
When I left them. Let's wake them up.
Nasty boy. How so?
They kept me up all night. Again? It came worse.
Well, that was the wind.
They poked me, they threw stuff on me. And then it started getting harder at the end. And then Trevor started singing some strange Beatles songs.
Well,
And then,
closer as the drink flowed.
and I looked at him and looked like clock was on.
Oh.
I gave me a clock was on. He started laughing, and I go, oh my God.
The problem is now is that she's nearly my height. She's 170 pounds. She was taking one jump. It hurts now. But it hurts. Oh no. She knows.
Yeah, but you know,
She'll do
it's
that.
out.
We can try to change that. Awesome. Having a line down. She's so delighted because she's no longer allowed because she keeps hurting it. She's very proud of that. You gotta be careful when you get
There's actually a power strip. And that's,
I need your help here.
Robert's there. This table is
Ooh, I like the, yeah, I like the bolts. I just noticed that. That is a nice touch.
Yeah. Great.
Just when you thought there wasn't enough blades.
There's a lot of
There's a lot of
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't have like maybe 14%.
What the hell they did 4 more hours.
It was liquid, regular diet.
Bring back the 80s and more than one way.
Yeah.
Trevor's got some.
See, I knew that he should be sleeping, but I didn't know what.
So I think that's two.
Okay, good morning, Amiga Kingdom, where all wild animals live. This is Bill. I am awake, we're alive. I can say that many bottles of alcohol are no longer alive. They were dutiful soldiers and took their mission appropriately. You're about to watch the video toaster boot sequence. As rock solid as the video toaster is, it's only rock solid if I hit a handful of the buttons. So wrong screen, it's dead. But I'll bring it up here in a minute and we'll get going. So the first thing we're going to do in the morning here is the Q&A with our good friend Steven Solie. He is here in the room, which is great. I will get him in front of the camera and we will get cooking at 10:30. I don't see our dear friend, Mr. Robert Bernardo, but we will film it ourselves, and I'll record it if he's not here, and I'll work with him to get him the high-quality version of that as well. I'm also going to have to drop the stream a bit early today, probably around 3 o'clock, so I can get packed up and get home. For those who are watching the news, you know, there's a fair amount of stuff happening in Northern California with fires and power outages, and as much as we love the Amiga, we have to take care of our families first. So, they're descending on me, I don't know why. Okay, they were looking at my trackball. I've got the old, I don't even know who makes this thing. The crystal ball, kind of nice. It's really helpful, the video toaster here on the table. Okay, well, I just wanted to check in on the stream. I'm going to go help Doug with his toaster, and hopefully we'll get that up and running. I'll leave the boundary mic up, which is what you're hearing in the background, and replace the battery so you guys have a little bit of noise and you know, crowd sounds, and we'll go from there. So we'll tune in about 25 minutes with Steven Solie for a Q&A of a Exec SG presentation. Thank you.
It's like your kids. You want to stay up that late? You can stay all right. It's still clutching. Oh, there's no game there, but Cyborg is online. Product owner directed Get along.
But hey,
what I'm gonna tell this. Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to AmiWest 2019 Sunday morning. How many had a great time last night? Let's see your hands. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's right. That's why we do this. Well, one of the reasons. So Steven Solie is here to be the chicken sacrifice for this morning. And he'll be here to answer all of your questions about Exec SG, because this is the question and answer. Yes, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's a mechanical device. And so now, there's a word of caution about that. You need to be in the box, really, to use it. No, he's not in the box. So, yeah. This is Trevor Dickinson, by the way, for those of you who don't know. I'm sure all of you do. So, I know that you have this entire presentation structured and scripted and presentable, and I'm really looking forward to it. So, without further ado, Steve and Trevor.
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello,
Oh,
hello.
there's green light.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yes. In the beginning. Da, 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 da. How's that fall?
Do you want to put a slide up, Steve?
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, it's still on the hard drive at work. Solie?
Oh, not at work.
I might have. See, I didn't put it there.
Which slide do you want, sir?
I don't know. Just ownership. Nah. What is? Maybe what it does. Yeah.
I think we're going to have a very
That one.
technical
That one.
conversation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we'll put it there just for some idea generation. Okay. Yes. So what I wanted to do is have a little Q&A about Exec SG because it has changed ownership and is under a new model of development, new software process.
Turn the light off.
We won't get into that, will we, TJ?
I apologize.
Well, now you're red. Now we apologize. Next year.
We'll let that go. Next. There was some drinking last night. Anyway.
Yeah, you must really control yourself, Steve.
I try.
It was more this morning.
That man does with Dr. Pepper.
That Dr. Pepper goes straight. So what I wanted to do, it was my idea, is to have a little Q&A and also allow questions from the internet or the internet. Depending on how you want to say it. So if you have any questions on what this means and where Exec SG is going next, or anything like that, please fire away. Yes, sir.
What's your preferred approach for multi-core and what do you think it would look like in the
What do we think multi-core will look like in the API, basically, right?
Testing, 1, 2, 3,
Well,
testing. Okay. Hold on one
We
second.
talked about that with Thomas already,
Okay.
and this isn't a new thing. It's just we just got renewed interest, renewed investment. The way I think what's going to happen is we're going to dedicate one core to Amiga, to the OS, and then we're going to have the other cores kind of like helpers. So that's the basic model that we're thinking, because any other attempt would break everything, and I don't think we should break everything right now. I mean, we could, but that would break everything, and then you end up with, yeah. Nothing. So that's what we're thinking, and he talked about core affinity and all that wonderful stuff. So he wants to put in a real, I guess you'd say scheduler in there. He wants to put a real scheduler, but say core 0 has more affinity than anything else if you're running a task which doesn't understand multi-core. And if it does understand multi-core, it can go flip, 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 flip. So that's kind of the basic gist of it right now, right? But to get there, we have to start decoupling some of the concepts first. And that's where we're going to start. We're going to start decoupling concepts. And the scheduler is like number 2 on the list. Like we just had the meeting on Friday. So,
Yeah.
and I made my notes. And I'm like,
So what will that mean to the average user? To me, I'm a user, what will it mean to me?
well, to a user, you're not going to see any changes until we turn on that scheduler. So it'll look normal, everything will behave normal, but we're really changing underneath.
But like 64-bit and 32-bit on PCs, unless software...
3264 is a different animal.
Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just talking cores
Yeah.
at the moment.
So but we'll have to have software adapted to use this, or will it just happen naturally?
Yeah, you'll have to adapt the software. I think it's simple as far as getting developers to use it. You just turn on a flag.
Okay.
Say, I am multi-core aware. And then you follow a different set of rules. And we'll try to enforce the rules, of course, with the API and the MMU, and we'll try to make them follow rules, but there'll have to be rules. I'm reminded of the Commodore engineer Bryce Nesbitt, because he was here one show, and I asked him, what's with Enforcer? Remember Enforcer? Enforcer was their stepping stone to get memory protection in AmigaOS. So they invented Enforcer to show developers where you're breaking the rules in runtime, right? So I'm like, maybe we need a core enforcer kind of thing, a multi-core enforcer that would enable developers to know if their software is compliant with our vision, right? So I'm thinking we might need some investment in that area too, because those guys are pretty clever. They were thinking about this long ago. Yeah, another question?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a microphone. It's working.
Is it working?
Yep.
Okay. The multi-core support you're talking about, is that different than making the core or the kernel or whatever, SG, multi-core aware and running AmigaOS in a virtual machine on one core and allowing other software to use all the cores if they follow the rules that you're trying to put in place? Sandboxing, is it different than what you're talking about, or is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about the multi-core aspect, where you have all the cores doing something.
Right.
But the virtual machine stuff, the sandboxing, memory protection.
Well, that would be
that's-
one way of doing multi-core support, is to run the OS,
Oh, I see.
or have the OS components
That's the,
run in a,
talk like this into it.
So what you're talking about is not anything like having the OS or the OS components running in a sandbox on one core and
No
It's completely
sandboxing was mentioned yet, but that is an option, right?
okay.
That is an option. There are many ways to do it. We're kind of thinking incrementally, right, at this
Okay.
point, because when you think about it, say we want to throw in a virtual machine underneath later, the apps won't know. They'll just continue running. The API is the same, right? So you don't really waste any effort by going the incremental steps, and it's a lot cheaper time-wise and investment-wise to get just an incremental step or two first. And then maybe, virtual machine, right? That's another thing that we're definitely looking into. Yeah, virtualizing it. As long as it's a good time to do this kind of stuff, because we have many options. But we're trying not to break it all, though. That's the thing. As soon as you break everything, you're starting over from zero. Even if you have an emulator, right? You're still starting from zero. You're hoping developers will rally and they'll come behind you and use your API versus that guy's API versus that guy's API. It's a dangerous step. Dangerous step. You might lose them. You might win, but you might lose. I don't know. It's hard to say. Developers are fickle beasts. Yeah, they're lazy, right? I'm one. If you don't make it easy, they walk. So, especially the modern developer, like I have some juniors, and man, they have no patience for things anymore. In my day, we stuck with it. These guys, they go, no, it's too hard. I'm going to switch companies. What?
Maybe it was easier with punch cards.
Maybe it was easier
that-
punch card day, but I'm not that old.
What's
Dave,
a
thank you.
what's a punch card?
I know, I've seen it in the Flint movies. Great movies. Questions? Any more? Oh, there's 2 more, okay. Careful. We have 20 online, holy.
20 questions, go ahead.
Really? Holy, oh, I didn't expect such a bunch of questions.
All right, hi. You mentioned virtual machines. You alluded to ARM yesterday. Is ARM the preferred leading candidate for an alternative CPU architecture? Any preference for supporting multiple architectures?
Oh, yeah, the question is about ARM, in case you couldn't hear it. Is it a target? We've been talking ARM for years. This isn't new. I mean, we never did anything about it, obviously, but running ARM in big Indian mode, trying that, right? Right now, the state of affairs is that we don't want to rock the boat at this moment because, as Michael was here saying, there's lawsuits going on. So investment is frozen while lawsuits happen, right? Basically.
Well, not Exec SG.
Not Exec SG. It's free of the lawsuits. But we are tied so closely to AmigaOS. So we can do a lot, but we still need our partners to run with us. So it's like, you're kind of tied. Because imagine you go ARM, well, all the OS components need to be recompiled, at minimum, right? So, yeah, that's a difficult step to take at this moment. Things have changed again because the power spec has been released to the public. I'll call it the spec, but the machine, the chip, you can build a power chip in your basement now. It's for free, right? So things have changed. It's like, okay, well now, maybe your IoT guys might go, look over there. I could make my own chip and not give ARM anything. If I make 10 million of these, that's a lot of money. Anyway, so I don't know what's going to happen in the industry, but we might be able to ride that wave if it happens. I don't know the future. So that would be a nice way to extend our life on power, right? A little bit, maybe. Or should we just forget that, go to ARM, right? Go to X64, whatever you want. Power 10 for all. Yeah, LD.
He works for IBM. He has a vested interest.
Oh, does he? Oh, that guy works for IBM. Oh, but we definitely are looking at different hardware platforms, but the amount of investment required to switch is nasty. I'm not just talking money. It's a time. And some of us are getting older. So I'm like, yeah, it would be great, but is that really what I want to do right now? Anyway, so my focus then is more short term, right? Get the A1222 out the door, get the X5000 Plus out the door, see what the market does.
5040?
5040 as well, P5040. Or, yeah, that's right. Anyway, and just, do the baby steps and then see what you guys do, what the market does, right? You're going to eat up this thing? You're going to buy 10 of them, or are you just going to buy one and throw it in the closet, right? So we got to see what's going on here, right? That's my view. Let's see.
So there's a question from the internet.
Internet first. Hold on, Brian.
Googling Exec SG yields 0 up-to-date hits. Even official AmigaOS development wiki neglects to mention it. How do you plan to address this? From Swedish Pete on IRC.
Apparently Google is ignoring me. Why are they ignoring me? Well, in the old days, I used to submit URLs to Google, but then they stopped accepting that, right? From the robots or spiders or whatever you want to call them. So Google does what Google does. I can't influence them anymore unless you insert money. Yeah, I'm sure if I gave them some money, they would look at my stuff. Anyway, as far as addressing the documentation on Exec SG, I thought the smart approach is to use the wiki already established, wiki AmigaOS.net. However, that's controlled by Hyperion, so I have to get permission, or we have to agree, I guess would be more accurate, that I could just peppering that with Exec SG info. I can branch off to a few pages and start just going nuts, right? Start filling it in. That would be my preference. Not making a new place separate, because that just doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So that's what I'm planning to do. I haven't done it yet. And then Google will find it and you'll be happy again.
But you do have a wiki at the moment.
Well, I have a private wiki.
Oh, of course, that's right. Yeah.
And then this information just came out, so this is fresh, right? But I want to put it on the wiki, but I need to make sure I don't step on any toes. So we'll be discussing that. Another item for the agenda. Yeah. Thank you. We'll get one from Brian here. He's anxious.
Yeah, so you have the shared library. Does that include shared objects as well, like better integration of shared objects?
Shared objects. Yeah, that's going to be no changes there. No changes there. Actually, shared objects are a device in ELF library versus Exec SG. Yeah, so it doesn't really. ELF library and DOS do a little dance to make those work, and they're not really shared, as you know. Well, I've tried to explain in previous DevCons. Shared objects are not shared. It's a copy per task. It's just a quick way of getting your Linux libraries over to AmigaOS without thinking. That's what it's designed for. It's just a quick way to port, get things running. Static linked, actually. It says shared, but it's not. It's static linked. Anyway, yeah. So hopefully that answers your question. And oh, we're cutting in and out, are we? I am? Okay. Is that better? I'm in the box. Huh? Okay.
They are, Steve. They are.
There's another question from the internet here. Do you plan on doing code reviews like something like Review Board that they have on Linux and other projects?
Code reviews, huh? I guess that's, well, right now I do code reviews myself. So when I see a submission, I review it. So yeah, we do code reviews. I just reviewed a bunch of stuff from Jamie Kruger that went in, and anything I didn't like, I just fixed. So we're very loosey-goosey on the code reviews at the moment, but I do check everything, and everyone else is invited to check everything. I'm a believer in the collective code ownership model, where nobody owns any one piece of the software. So anybody can work on anything, and everyone can review anything. So that's the way I like to run things. It is cutting out, yeah. Maybe it's my battery.
No.
Huh? Oh, is it?
Try that.
Okay. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, I do also. That doesn't mean we don't have subject matter experts, but I don't like the idea that. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oh, that's better. Hello. I like the subject matter experts, but I don't like them to take control of a component and say, nothing goes in and out of this without my permission. That's a little far, I think. I don't like the teams that run like that. So I don't know what that code review tool he's talking about is. Yeah, review board.
It's for code reviews.
Open source. I don't know. I've used 100 different tools, so I don't care what the tool is, to be honest, because dime a dozen. What's the tool this week?
Any other questions from here? Because I've got a lot more on. You need a microphone, Mr. Stevens.
I can repeat his question as long as I don't cut out again. But
Bill asked me a question.
Yeah,
No, you are.
oh, Bill is.
If-
Okay.
U-boot.
U-boot. Yeah.
Okay, it's open source, but Amiga's put their code into it. Is that open source, or is that just Amiga now?
Oh, the question was U-boot. Amiga or someone put some code in there. Is it still open source? The answer is yes. It doesn't matter who puts code in there. That particular piece of software is under the GNU public license, and therefore always public to anyone who has a copy of the binary. So if you have a copy of the binary, you have the right to the source code. No question. Doesn't matter who put what in there. Yep. Is it available? I haven't seen it. That's another thing. Oh, it's doing it again.
Just look that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like looking over there. Yeah.
Give the connector a push. For the,
Do you want to swap these?
Try
Try this one.
this side. No? No better.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, take Trevor.
Try that.
it's just garbage.
Sorry, there's technical difficulties.
We're in the box, though.
So there's
We're
no
safe,
technical
right?
difficulties, sorry.
I'd pull this out if I could figure it. This does not come out, does it?
No, don't pull that.
Okay, don't do it. Okay.
Oh, make sure you
Now we mixed it up. Yay.
Are you sure you each have different ones? Yeah. And not to send back the same ones?
Well, it's possible. No, I actually checked the number.
Okay, good.
I thought
That's why we put numbers on
he's a
these
little
things.
hungover.
A little hungover. I think the last time someone drank that much was Leaving Las Vegas. Was that the
What happens in AmiWest stays in AmiWest.
Except for it's on the stream.
Yeah, except it's on a stream, live, so.
Yeah.
Anyway. So the question was, well, where's the source code? I think basically, right? Well, we need to package that up and publish it, basically. Yeah. It's not nicely packaged and up and available for everyone to download right now. My dream is that it would be in my repository, actually, have a copy in there. So all the developers can see it anytime they need to, because sometimes you get a bug and you're not sure if it's really exec library. It might be before that, especially when dealing with drivers, because U-boot, I don't know if you know, sets up the hardware. Then it passes control to the OS, which sometimes sets up the hardware again. Sometimes it doesn't. So you're not sure what state the hardware is in when your driver fires up. And as a driver writer myself, it's frustrating when you don't know what state it's in, and you have to write a whole bunch of code that's already in U-boot to do what just U-boot did, right? So you're like, oh, why do I have to do this again, right? Plus U-boot also tells you about the structure of the hardware, tells you where everything is, the modules, right? Like how much memory is here, where's the, I don't know, what is it, the memory card, what address is it at? U-boot tells you that. So this one works better. Yeah. There was another, LD, yeah.
Yeah, so my question was primarily relating to the steering committee and how things are going to work going forward with Hyperion. So you all have this lovely new DMA engine, we'll call it, support for DMA now on the X5000. So there's a ton of places in the operating system that could take advantage of that. So as you guys create new features, how do you know that the developers who are part of Hyperion's team are going to take advantage of it? How do you all coordinate what needs to be done by each side and what the priorities are? And can you give us a little hint into any sort of roadmap work you may have already worked out at this point?
Okay, so everybody heard the question, I assume? About the DMA engine and how we coordinate with Hyperion, basically? I haven't had that problem yet because we haven't released it yet to Hyperion to play with. But basically, how any OS component works is you make an API and you release it, and then we ask the developers to use it. It's that simple. There's no formal, go here, use this. The first application I would expect would be in graphics library. Like, go to graphics library, start moving bitmaps with the DMA engine, right? But they don't have to, but I would strongly encourage. And our steering committee would not generally be involved with that. Although if no action happens, we would definitely go, hey, why hasn't this been done yet? we wrote this, we should use it. So that's the way I look at it. There's nothing formal yet. I don't think we'll need a formal process or procedure, but it may come to that. So I'm kind of like, we'll see what happens first. Yeah. So no, kind of wishy-washy, but that's what it is.
Bill T on Amiga World had a bunch of questions. He had a similar one to DMA, which is a little more technically advanced. So you can go to the forum thread after and answer.
Okay.
His question is a good one here, 4A, literally. Is there a contact point or procedure to inquire about porting two new hardware platforms?
New hardware platforms. Who do I talk to?
You're right, because that would be a steering committee type thing.
Yeah. I think that would be Hyperion at this point, would it not?
Well, I guess it comes down to, you're going to pay me some money to port to a new platform?
Yes, well, but who do I talk to first? Who do I give the money to, I think is the question, right? Yeah. Would it be, I would expect Timothy DeGroot, but would be the starting point.
Well, yeah.
Right, starting point. And then he would talk to Trevor, Exec SG owner, and then a deal would be worked through, right? That's the way I think I would do it. I wouldn't talk to Trevor first because the OS is way bigger than Exec SG. So I would talk to Timothy DeGroot first. I think that would be the person to contact first.
Yep.
So Hyperion. And then he would then say, hey, by the way, this guy wants to port to this hardware platform. Plus, you're a busy man. So that'd be my approach. Yeah.
There's another question. This is a gentleman named Asymmetrics on Amiga World. He's, again, lots of questions. Some of them are very technical, but one of them is, how much of AmigaOS, and I guess in this case the Exec SG process, been updated to modern C? This stems from the conversation yesterday about C17, C20. How much of the code base in Exec SG is actually new, modern-based stuff versus legacy that hasn't been touched?
Well, Exec SG is very low level, hardware banging, bit bashing thing. The only, well, I know C99, use that, but the only thing I really use from C99 is the for loop stuff. So you've scoped variables, right? We're not going to use the array feature. We're not going to use other modern C features that cause trouble in kernels like Exec SG, because everything's kind of fixed. And we already have our own memory subsystem and everything, so we wouldn't use the C features for that. We're not going to use the floating point of modern C because that we already have that. So I'm not sure what features I would use from modern C. Because there's C89, C99, and what's the next one?
Steve, everything's been rewritten since 68K. It's all new code, right?
Well, it's all new code, yeah. Paul says it's all new code, yeah. And there's very little assembly language in there. We're trying to not use assembly, but many times you have to drop down to it. But the C we use is so simple, I don't see why I would worry about pushing modern C on it. That's more for applications. That's applications need to use the more modern stuff. Kernel, you could argue. I definitely would use stuff that didn't exist before. The constants are nice, stuff like that, instead of macros. There's not much, not that I've seen. So I don't know. We compile with, I don't wonder if we use C99 on or off. I think we do. Yeah, we do. We just, see, in GCC, you have to turn it on explicitly if you use older versions, and we turn it on explicitly, C99 at least. So, yeah. So, sort of answers the question, I guess. There's a lot of questions. Okay. 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 Shoot another one. Go, Bill, go.
This one is for Trevor. I'm reading the screen, Trevor.
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to read what was posted into Amiga World. You can choose not to answer if you don't want to. Since Trevor, I'm going to add a couple of words in here to make it sound a little better, now owns Exec SG, wouldn't it be simpler, or isn't it simpler to buy other OS components of the respective developers and become independent than having to deal with other parties with regards to AmigaOS?
Well, actually, it's a really good question. I mean, it's a good question. Look, can you hear me okay? Yeah, great. Good question, actually. I've said it internally, I'll say it externally now. You know, Exec SG is part of AmigaOS. Without AmigaOS, there's no Exec SG. Without Exec SG, there's no AmigaOS. And I'm here because, look, I got an AmigaOS T-shirt on. I'm an Amigan, you know, and I've always talked about continuation and legacy and development and future of AmigaOS. I might like other operating systems, but for me, it's AmigaOS. So I don't see an issue, to be honest. If the horrible day came when there was no company holding or developing, growing AmigaOS, then we'd have to take a decision to make sure we continue with the development. So, but at the moment, I don't see that as an issue. Is that a fair enough answer?
I had a little add to that.
Go on then.
Yeah. So he asked, would it be easier? And from my point of view, it's not any easier because everybody has to work in parallel. Mm-hmm. So whether, DOS library is owned by this entity or that entity, I don't really care as long as the developers are working in parallel, right? So it might be easier from moving to platforms because we can all row in the same direction, much easier if we don't have to get this guy convinced and this guy convinced. But it doesn't really make development any easier because we all have to go in parallel to get stuff done quickly.
If you think about developers, wherever they are, whether they're Hyperion or Morphos-based or AROS or Aeon, they all work separately anyway. They all live hundreds and thousands of miles apart.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's AmigaOS is developed like that. No one's sitting in the same room. Mm-hmm. In fact, the only time we do that is here.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think it makes it easier, personally. Maybe simpler, but not easier, if you know what I mean. There's less people to coordinate, but...
we're going to get one of these.
Yeah, we're gonna switch to analog.
Okay, am I on? Okay. But if you think about it now, I mean, so many of the components are from separate companies.
Yes.
I mean, all the graphics subsystem, the drivers, the Warp 3D Nova stuff, That's from another company.
Mm-hmm.
It's from Matthew Lehman and Aeon Technology. All of the developers, I mean, they give their time and energy, and they're all around the world.
Yeah.
So there's another question from Swedish Pete on the IRC. Would it be what would be an ideal demo application to showcase the planned features of Exec SG on the tape-war? What would that be like, in your opinion?
Like a demonstration. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
when,
I know what you mean. Yeah.
When Hans came up with the compositing engine, he created the room with the bouncing ball that you can move in 3D, even though it was entirely a 2D application. I'm just curious, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm not as clever as Hans, but so it's multi-core. So you expect something to run in parallel. Yeah. So I would like to have the 68K run in UAE running on a separate core from the OS, that kind of trick, right? That would be awesome, right?
That would be really good.
You know?
And also, the very simplest thing is to see the cores up there and being active.
Oh, yeah, you do a little task thing.
Yeah.
Like, Windows, Mac, whatever, and you got a little, here's core 1's doing this, core 2's doing that, That's cute, but I think you guys would like to see it really going, right? But we do have to extend certain tools and things to be multi-core aware and display the information, for sure. So that's the first demo, but I'd like to see like UAE running on a separate core, something heavy, right? Yeah, that's my personal.
Are you committing to updating UAE for OS4? Is that what I just heard?
Oh,
that was a sneaky question.
That's dirty. Yeah, absolutely. It'll be ready. No, at launch day. 2 weeks. Yeah, no more than 2 weeks. Yeah. Oh goodness. I would like that though. Yeah.
While Bill's checking the questions online, any more in the room?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Is there anything in Exec SG that needs to be updated in order for a new future web browser to really help those of us that want to use an X5000 as a daily driver, better web access for some of us doing business?
Yeah.
Anything in there that has to be updated to make that happen?
So the question was, is there anything that needs to be updated in Exec SG to allow, for example, a modern web browser to be used so the X5000 or the A1222 can be used daily?
Yes, there is. You're welcome. No. I took a quick look at this, and it's a layering, right? So you start with Exec SG, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is the C++ library that sits on top of that, and the multi-threading and all the wonderful stuff that goes on in there. So that particular layer needs a thing called atomics, which is the critical sections from the old days. You turn off all the interrupts and do something and turn it back on. We need critical sections or atomics. We need very good threading support. There's going to be some memory management stuff that needs to change as well. I believe we're going to have to add memory mapping, but I'm not sure yet, but it depends what resources it uses. So yes, there's a few things that we need to do to support up the chain, up the layers.
Hey, to amend what he's saying is probably more of a comment, but there's probably a lot of opportunity to make it go faster.
Optimization.
To allow things like the networking to go faster, and I mean the video is pretty good, but we need those as well to be able to power those more hungry applications, right?
Yes.
That's the DMA engine, that kind of stuff.
And the GART it needs to be in the kernel. And that GART enables the video, which enables
Well, hold on one
the
second.
2D.
Hold on.
Right?
There's a question with GART in it. Let me read that.
Yeah.
Where'd they go? Oh man, I know it's in here. Someone on here it is. At AmiWest site, there also is GART implementation, faster speed, 64-bit support, and extending the RAM limit beyond 2 to 4 gigabytes and beyond. Is these also planned features?
Yes.
So it's in that same vein.
Yes. Yeah.
So what does the GART do, and do you want to talk about how it speeds
It's
things up?
just a way of talking to the graphics card. So the way we talk to the graphics card now is through the slowest possible way you could. It couldn't be slower. So that's why this thing called GART was invented, to talk to graphics cards, because the amount of data you're pushing back and forth is enormous to the CPU. It's like a bus, right? It's just a way of talking. So they invented this GART to speed that up. And you could look on Wikipedia what that means if you wish. But basically, it's a faster way to talk to the graphics card and a more efficient way. And it uses less resources, less CPU to do it.
And Hans de Ruyter, who does all the work for Aeon on graphics card development, drivers, Warp 3D, Nova 3D, he is particularly interested in getting GART operating, up and running.
Yes.
It just really will speed up the whole process.
I think it makes his life easier, too, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how, but probably does. I'm not a graphics driver expert.
So I'll ask a question. We talked, and you've talked about this at different times throughout the weekend, and most of it's filmed. One of the things that I've seen as a Amiga user of the next generation platform is a slowdown in updates and external information. Some of it's valid, some of it might be less valid. From an Exec SG perspective, how do you plan to communicate even these low-level changes and updates that TJ brought up? I want a better web browser, but there's a series of things that have to get there. So how do you plan on communicating to us over the coming weeks, months, years of what's going on inside Amiga, the SG kernel, and so forth?
Yeah, well, my hope was that we would use the steering committee to release information together. That was my hope, especially important stuff like that. For little things, like we added this feature to Exec SG, we might just do our own little press release. Just it's coming soon. But we do have to coordinate, because I don't have visibility into Hyperion's release schedule. And I want us to work lockstep. And I don't want us to finish a feature like DMA engine and it sits for 6 months. Not ideal, right? So we're going to go as a per feature basis, basically, at this point. So if, again, with the steering committee, that's what it's designed for, is to negotiate this kind of thing. Like, when should we release it? Does it help you now, or should we wait a little bit? Is it ready? Do you need to use this, integrate this into the OS first and then do it, right? Or can I just release it tomorrow, right? I also think there'll be opportunities where we can do pre-releases on Exec SG stuff. There might be a little feature that, I don't know what it is yet, but we could just say, okay, you could try this. The API's finished. We know we're not going to change the API. Hyperion's still working in parallel, but we want you to have it now, just to get some more exposure. That might happen. I don't know what, I'm not going to say it is happening yet, but I envision that's a possibility, right? So that's my hope, is that, but I'm still hoping that we could go lockstep and we could do updates with Hyperion, but maybe once in a while we'll sneak out a little thing on the side. I don't,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaking of the DMA engine, for instance,
yeah.
Would there be anything to block you from, in coordination with releasing such a thing, creating an example of its usage, an actual practical program that says, okay, we released the DMA engine in its first version, and see how it can work for you. See how fast things go. I don't know what it would be. Maybe a little game or a copying routine or whatever it is. But something that will say, okay, not only did we release it and sit back and wait for Hyperion to use it in the OS, but we actually did a practical example of
I'll go jump in there. I mean, we do that already, to be honest. I know Aon does that with the stuff it releases. There's always a little example, especially on the graphics side. Doesn't Hyperion also do that? With the SDK? Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
actually we have a test program already we plan to release with it. Maybe needs a little polish. I showed it during the DevCon. Yeah, probably need, I'd like to talk to somebody like Andy Broad and say, hey, put this in SketchBlock or something, right? To get a little preview so that, before it's released.
I was thinking more like
bigger.
demonstrating it to the general public.
Yeah, because if he puts it in there right now and you could see it work, it might inspire other developers. Yeah, which is what we're shooting for. We want to inspire developers, which will in turn make users a little bit happier, right? Because they can use their hardware to the fullest. Yeah, but we have an SDK to go with it. Maybe a little bit more though, right? Maybe we should have an application is what you're saying, yeah. It's a good idea.
Of course, if you are a developer and you want to get involved in the Exec SG team, contact this man, because we want as many good developers as possible, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yep. Maybe you're retired and thinking of developing. I don't know.
He only said that because Tony Wyatt just walked in, who has retired and is developing like crazy.
Any other questions from the room? Let me just do one last check online. There's a final question from Swedish Pete again. Thank you for giving these on IRC. Says, thank you again. One final question. Multi-threading is a potential foreign concept to AmigaOS developers. Provided the rights are secured, would it make any sense to update the ROM kernel manuals to reduce the height of the learning curve up ahead?
Yes, I know what he's talking about. That's about threading and how difficult it can be. It is very difficult, extremely difficult actually. And I brought this up earlier yesterday to some developers and they say, oh, I'm good at it. One guy will say, and the other guy, oh yeah, I'm good at it too. Actually, nobody's good at it. We can mathematically prove this actually. That's why languages are obscuring threading models now. You don't play with threads. No, you play with a concept that's slightly higher than a thread, and it's done by a thread underneath, right? Because humans are so bad at it. That's what the computing world had to do, right? Because we're just bad at it. Even if you think you're good, you finish it, the next guy comes along, modifies it, boom. And these problems manifest as it runs for a while and then crashes. Real fun for users, right? So I'm hoping we can get C++ 11 and higher on there, so at least you can do threading. And then C++ 17, I think, adds some features and wonderful things that hide the threading. And that really helps. I mean, we still will document the lower layer threading stuff, but I think for newer developers, you have to know they exist, but you should use a higher level concept than a thread if you really want to make progress and not make faulty software. Yeah. LD thinks he's good at threading.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
See? He thinks you ask him and they go, oh yeah, I'm the best. Yeah, prove it.
Surprisingly, LD agrees with you.
Yeah, surprisingly.
So there's a question from YouTube, and then we'll make this our last question, unless going once, going twice in the room. Okay, this will be the last question. So, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at names. One of the folks on the YouTube channel There's an I in the wrong place for an American here. The question is, Davida Calamanici. Thank you. The Dane had to help me with that. The question for Trevor and Steven is Power 9 and the Blackbird motherboard. Is that considered for a future hardware target platform?
Why not? Why not? However, you need more than a few $1,000s just to get the motherboard without the CPU. I have a Power 9 system from whatever the company's called, I can't remember it now. Raptor, thank you. Mine's a beast. I got it as a server. I'm having a few problems with it, but it's my problems, not probably Raptor's problems. It was extremely expensive. I could have probably bought 5 X5000s for that price. But I wanted it for a server system for all the stuff I'm doing at the moment, obviously with Aeon, AmigaOS, Exec, but other things I'm involved with. It's all about, will that get more users for AmigaOS 4? A system that's going to be $4,000 or $5,000, will that get more users? I'd like one.
Different kind of user.
But it's all about getting more users, more active users, more people wanting systems.
Maybe as a server service.
However, if someone wants to pay us lots of money to port to a Raptor system, we do it, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Of
course we
I'll
would.
take your money.
So.
Sure.
Okay, that's it. If you have any more questions, you'll have to find them and put them in a corner and
beat them,
take their wallets, that sort of stuff. Thank you, gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We have Alex Perez is going to be up here in just 2 seconds. Alex, you're up. Alex is going to be talking about a new product that he is developing. A new product that he is developing for classic systems. Alex is hurrying up here right now. We'll give you time to change the tape, Robert, don't worry. Okay, Alex, push button, go live.
Hey guys. That's better. I'm here to give a quick introduction to a project we've been working on over the last year and change in the background. We have a product that is not production ready, but we've made 20 boards that is allows you to boot and bootstrap any Amiga with a rear-facing floppy port, which is all of them, the name of what we come up with is the Flophouse, and the Flophouse is effectively an open source project. The firmware is all open, that'll allow you to use the floppy port in unintended originally ways, we'll put it that way. So there's an old driver that allowed you to speak I2C over the Amiga floppy interface. It's been around for 20 years, I'd say. And that got me thinking, well, is there any hardware, has anyone in recent memory done anything along that front about communicating over the floppy port with, data instead of just floppy? Not that I couldn't find anything. And so I was looking around and I found I found an old schematic on AmiNet and found that the driver supported floppy interface as one of the communications methods. So you've got, the driver, the I2C driver supports clock port interface, it supports a couple of devices on the Zorro interface. It just so happened that I had a bunch of parts in the form of the same chip that we use in SCSI SD V5, and those are 5-volt tolerant parts. And we came up with a little proof of concept of the flop house. We weren't sure if we would be able to self-power it over the floppy interface because the amount of current that's available is very, very low. But in the end, we were able to do so, and we are now able. We have the firmware to a point where we're able to boot from it, and obviously there are plenty of other flash-based floppy solutions out there. So that in and of itself isn't really that interesting at this point. Flash floppy is an amazing open source project to reuse GoTex, which are otherwise not particularly useful with the original firmware. And there are elements of the of source code from the Flash Floppy project, as well as from the SCSI SD project that are in use in the Flophouse here. So this is a board. It doesn't have the DB23 connector soldered onto it, but it direct attaches to the back of your Amiga. Since the floppy interface is the only DMA-enabled rear-facing port, in theory, you could push data over it at up to about 500 kilohertz. There's some research that was done back in the late 90s, early 2000s about kind of pushing the speed of the floppy interface. I think it was Ian Stedman who did some of that research, and it's still all available on the web. And about 500 kilohertz is the upper extent of what the hardware can handle. And it just so happens that the high-speed I2C mode is 400 kilohertz. So that was an interesting realization, and I said, well, what if we were able to use this as a mechanism for networking, a mechanism for reading and writing to SD cards, things like that. So the ultimate goal is to bring people from the Amiga community who are interested in this out of the shadows, and we have 20 boards. I made them up front when I was relatively confident after hand assembling one here and there that they weren't gonna, it wasn't gonna be a disaster. On every board is a place. We didn't populate it in the test run we did for SPI Flash. So on this particular board, we have 256 megabits, which is 32 megabytes of SPI Flash, and with an image on the SPI Flash, we're able to boot straight into Workbench, which is obviously something that bootstrapping an Amiga, if you don't have a computer with a serial port or another Amiga, can be a problem for people that have dusted off their old Amiga or bought one, from a friend or on eBay or whatever. So the goal is to be able to use this as a conduit through which you can bring up any Amiga and transfer files between them in a sort of sneakernet fashion, if you so desire. Because the SD card slot that's on this board is also just SPI. In theory, it could be anything you want that's SPI, including networking. So there's the flip box. It works. it's affordable enough. But the idea is for this to be a kitchen sink. And the source code for this is on GitHub right now, but it's in a private repo that we haven't opened. And the goal is that in the next, well, really before Christmas, we're going to have an invite program where we bring in some people. Right now, we're working on a problem so we're working on improving ease of firmware updating. Right now, you need a kind of janky USB driver installed on your machine, and that's not really ideal. And so we're trying to come up with a mechanism that allows for firmware updating without the need to futz with USB driver. But once we get over that hurdle, I hope to bring a greater quantity of people. The firmware itself is written in is developed rather in the Cypress proprietary software, which is unfortunate, called PSOC Creator. But because this Cypress part is both an ARM Cortex-M3 on a chip as well as a bunch of CPLD-like functionality, you are limited to their ecosystem in terms of the development tools that are available. Although, that said, there are ways to use fully open source tool chains to compile code for the board, but just not for the CPLD type functionality. So right now the Flophouse has a sort of controllable personality. You can boot from it, and it just emulates a floppy interface, and then once you've booted from it, you can actually tell it to change modes, and you can speak to it via I2C. So you can just send it an I2C command, and right now the I2C is not high speed; it's quite slow. So the genuine usability of it and the kind of utility that we're envisioning is limited. But we're ratcheting up the speeds that we're testing with, and we're also working on reliably just doing basic things like reading and writing data to and from the SPI flash and SD cards. And when we get that sort of walk before you run stuff out of the way, then there's a laundry list of things that it would be nice to have. And the reality is that I can't justify working on this more than X% of the time, which is why it's been a background project for us. But that's why I want to open it and bring other people from the community who may be interested in, because if we have multiple contributors, the chances of this seeing the light of day in any meaningful way in the future, and being a tool that we can be widely used and manufactured, frankly, more affordably, is something that that's one of our goals. So we have 20 of these. Anyone anywhere on Earth who would like to get their hands on one and is capable of some fairly basic updating of firmware and that sort of thing is welcome to get in contact with us. The best way to do that right now is via the Rabbit Hole Computing website. And you can also see some videos of this device in basic electrical testing situations at the Amiga Flophouse website, which is really a placeholder at the moment. But if you go to Flophouse, that's FLOPHAUS.online, there's a website there with some Vimeo videos of the device, and we'll be updating it more regularly once we have, what I need to actually do is update it with a video of the device booting, because we were only successful in getting it to the point where we were able to boot in the last couple of weeks. And I have some crappy, shaky cell phone video, but it's not worthy of putting up on YouTube or Vimeo. But yeah, so these are fairly inexpensive to make, even in small quantities. They're certainly not as cheap as Flash Floppy, and I don't really consider this competition to Flash Floppy, simply because that open source project is pretty mature at this point. It works reliably. It works with, hundreds, if not thousands of devices. And this is meant to be specific to the Amiga and specific to the external facing side of the Amiga. Now that said, in theory, there's no reason why we couldn't make a version of this for internal use. I just think it provides less value to do so, at least initially, because there's already a perfectly functional solution in the form of flash floppy and the Gotek. So Goteks, dime a dozen, relatively speaking. You can get them for $20. You can get them pre-flashed now, which is great for people who don't want to bother with updating firmware and strapping jumpers and things like that. So on this board today, we've got extra pins on pin headers for I2C. In addition to the I2C signals that go to the floppy port, we also have a SPI pin header. And so theoretically, any off-the-shelf Chinesium type SPI interface can be connected to this. That could be Ethernet. It could be, anything. It could be non-volatile RAM. It could be other types of flash storage, displays, all that kind of stuff. But today, the product is not a product. It's a purely experimental state, and I suspect it's going to take us another 8 to 12 months before we're really maybe thinking about getting it into the hands of 100 people or 50 people to kind of really bang on it. But I thought it was worth talking about because there's been a lot of activity in the open source Amiga hardware. In fact, one of the other things that happened recently was some open source PCB layouts for GVP SIMs, which are difficult to get a hold of in original form because of their rarity and their scarcity. And so I was selling some here at the show, but the layout itself is open source and it can be downloaded from GitHub. And I'll put a link up to that on the Rabbit Hole Computing website as well when I'm done with this talk, so that people can go and download it if they want to. But yeah, the idea here is to have a product on the Flophouse side that doesn't cost an arm and a leg and allows you to bootstrap your Amiga from scratch with no other tool at your disposal, other than maybe another computer to put content on the board. You have any questions?
The GVP SIMs, is it 4 megabyte only, or?
Right now, the ones we have are 4 megabyte only. The board layout, it was open source, so it could be modified. The only reason why we went with 4 meg design was the exemplar PCB was available, and it's what Eric, who made them, was able to buy memory on a reel for. So he bought new old stock memory. He did batches of them in his own personal reflow oven, and he chose the 4 meg SIMs because those are the easiest ones to actually get the parts to make. I'll repeat the question for you, yeah. Yes, you can actually buy Alice laptops, and you can buy them from me. You can buy them here at the show, and you will be able to buy them on our website. We had some interesting developments with Alice over the last couple of years, and one of them was that at some point recently, actually earlier this year, I switched credit card processors, and the new credit card processor said, well, they crawled my website and they looked at every product that we had available for sale, and they said, well, wait a minute, you have to produce resale agreements for every product that you have that you don't make yourself. And obviously for SCSI SD, that's not a problem because I make it. We manufacture those, I didn't have a resale agreement with Acer, and so they said, well, you can't sell those. We don't care if you're doing it in small batches. We don't care anything other than you got to show us the paper, and if you don't, we won't allow you to transact. And so they had actually frozen my account when they found this, and it took a few days to hash through, but at the end of the day, I just marked the inventory as out of stock and hid the items on the web store, which is where they stay today. But after that incident, Rabbit Hole Computing became a Lenovo reseller. So I now have access to all of the products that Lenovo makes, from data center grade things all the way to their micro PCs and laptops. And in theory, I can make any of those products into an Alice device if there is sufficient interest. So what I don't have access to, unfortunately, through the reseller network is our laptops with non-US keyboard layouts, which has been a request many times over the years, and it's something that became an issue when I had sent out questionnaires previously. And obviously there are plenty of people who are comfortable using US keyboard layout, but if you've spent your whole life using something else, I completely understand why you wouldn't want to use a laptop with a keyboard layout that is not in your native language.
My second question is, what about the Alex boxes?
The Alex boxes, the so-called Alex boxes. Yes, they will run AmigaOS. No, I'm just kidding. So the Alex boxes are these refurbished Lenovo machines that I was tinkering with as a platform for delivering Alice on, and those are an ultra small form factor machine that is actually quite powerful. A socketed Intel CPU on it, has an NVMe M2 SSD socket on it, and fits in not quite the palm of your hand, but the palm of two hands, and is a product that Lenovo actively makes and supports. It's also easy to ship anywhere in the world because it doesn't have batteries in it, which is another consideration that we ran into with on the logistics side of distributing Alice, because all carriers have rather stringent requirements about shipping devices that have been opened and have batteries, which unfortunately function as bombs fairly well in them. So in the States here, you can't send anything with a laptop battery in it by air. It has to go by ground, and it's constrained to, obviously that the cost is rather high, and it takes a fair amount of time because it has to go by ground. But the little machines we're talking about, if anyone's curious what the model of them are, the refurbs I have are Lenovo M900 Tinies. There is an M900 that's not a tiny. That's weird, thanks Lenovo. But those devices are modern Intel 7th generation, 6th, 7th generation machines, and the modern equivalent that Lenovo makes has these at I think they're 8th generation, available in Core i5, Core i3, Core i7 configurations. The particular ones I've refurbished are Intel Pentium dual-core machines that have 16 gigs of RAM and a 500 gig SSD, and those are available for $350 in an Alice configuration. But once that collection of machines that I refurbished is gone, that deal will not live on, simply because I won't be able to build them that inexpensively in the future. So if anyone's interested in one, again, reach out to us on the Alice Laptop website. We're happy to to answer any questions, and we also have a mailing list there where you can subscribe. Currently we have about 60 subscribers, and we will be sending an update out probably later next week about the status of all of this. The unfortunate reality for me is my house is in an evacuation zone right now with a wildfire 12 miles away, and I'm going to be going home and dealing with that later today. And there won't. And by the way, we don't have power either, and we won't for probably another day or two. So it sort of puts a halt on how much you can do when you don't have internet access, much less electricity. But I think it's a really cool form factor. I like it, and there will be more on that front. And obviously, when you have one of these tiny machines, you bring your own keyboard, you bring your own mouse, you bring your own display, ideally one you already own, and then you've solved the problem of keyboard layouts indirectly. So so that's the Alice machine, and we've had one here on demo at the show, and we got Trevor's Alice machine souped up with more RAM and an SSD. Thanks, Ken. And so there'll be more on it, but it's again, it's not going to make me rich, and so because it's not going to make me rich, the unfortunate reality for me is I can only give it so much time. But just as anything else in the Amiga world works, things happen slowly. And this will happen slowly. Alice is happening slowly, but at the end of the day, it's actually a pretty good experience. And I was amazed with how well OS4 performs on these dual-core Pentium machines. As long as you've got a fast SSD and enough RAM, it actually is amazing what a dual-core machine clocked at 3 gigahertz can do. So. More to follow on that front. Again, if you're interested in participating in further development of Flophouse or would just like to see what it looks like in detail, contact me and I'll be happy to put things like photos, high-res photos, videos of it online for greater consumption. Maybe we can have a discussion about it on one of the forums. So, all right, thanks for your time, everybody. Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you. Yes. It's
That's right. Yeah.
As soon as he stepped out of the box, right? Am I right? Yep. Oh yeah. The moment.
Of course. So our next presentation is scheduled for 1:30. Tony Wyatt on NGFS file systems.
Accelerate that to 1.
Pardon me?
Please do that at 1 o'clock.
Sure.
We need to get back to people in the fire zone.
Yes, and I wanted to mention that too. Several people will be leaving, either facing challenges at home from the fires or from power outages or both. That doesn't mean that the show is over. And would like to have the rest of you stick around whose houses are not burning or who's or potentially burning or who don't have any power. And obviously these guys need to get home and take care of their families and situations. But please do stick around for further conversation and some more announcements about next year. We already have the dates booked for next year, and we want to pass those dates on. So we'll be doing that on the internet as well. Our website will be updated next week with new dates. And so just wanted to let you know that we've already planned in advance. We hope that you will plan in advance to come to AmiWest next year. And we've had several comments about attendance, et cetera. Attendance depends on us. If you have a friend who uses the Amiga or is looking for an alternative, invite them. Drag them by the hair if necessary. Some of us don't have enough hair for that, but that's another thing that we have to deal with. But invite them cordially and tell them it's a great experience for creative people, a room full of creative people, and great conversationalists, great conversation going on. So just wanted to encourage you to plan for next year. It'll basically be this same week, but we'll get you specific dates online and later on this afternoon. So thanks for your attention. We'll have it at 1. 12:30 is free pizza. Oh, yes. Bill has a 10% discount code for Amiga on the Lake orders. So if you want to see Bill, he will give you that code, and you can use that code on an online order to get 10% off of, is it anything? The whole store at Amiga on the Lake. So that's another good deal that we've had here at AmiWest, and talk to Bill about it. So free pizza at 12:30 in this room, and the presentation after the feeding frenzy as soon as we can.
I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just tell it. There are 5 lights. Yes. No, so the USB header is 2 ports. It's a download of one of the internal ports. So convert those 3s. I mean, it's your call whether you want to do that. Is the front one look free? So if you only have 3 on one, you need 7. My understanding is they will adapt what exactly happened. Maybe you just want to on Chris. Well, I don't know how long yeah, he says he needs to, I don't know what's going on. I'm always, what I do is I mute my phone ringing, and then I'm out and about, and my wife calls and I'm missing one. Yeah. And I forget.
it's the same speaker side.
son will be delighted to hear that I had a chance to see you. He's a big fan of your games. I was very curious to see what the next one's going to be. You were mentioning that it's 68K. We, I suppose, watched a lot of UAE on sports. Fair enough. God willing, soon enough. Take care. make it a song that goes 20 minutes, right? So you can make something longer or change the order of it. You don't like the way a certain song is. And then you can do a lot, but it's crazy stuff for your folks. No, I know. Once you get into it, I mean, the residents like if you were
I did one video where I spent about 18 hours.
with my Amiga 2000 maxed out to 16. No, but so Amiga 2000 maxed out to 16. Got its color. And not even 10,000 Scott drives just 7,800. I had no problems except when
Yeah, this was great. No, you got to the point where you're like going ball, he can't take his eyes off.
go. Well, let's see. Oh, what was I go to?
Because we have this little promo which no one knows how to work.
You sent out this.
Yeah. And we don't have a good terminal CLI base. It goes in the lower box over there. It's not with you. And you can connect it to it. No, it's fine. It's all good. It's perfect.
Now it works.
Did you do a full reboot or just a
No, I've done several full boots, but now it's using up a lot of memory, and I want to know why. I think I know what's happening. No.
Let's talk about
Logging. I love logging.
This is what I told the Fernand brothers probably 18 years ago. What I want you to do is put a private RAD, have a centralized logging facility, ring buffer, right now, right side of the line. So that if I have a warm crash, I don't use consultant for my service. And then you can async.
Yeah, but you might not be able to get it.
Onto your logging system. So you have to have a nice system level library. Google has a lot of these working very well. There's a bunch of examples out there. I don't know how applicable they are, but people have already documented how to solve this. You might have logging libraries. But the trick is, we can get a RAD device. You cut yourself like a 200 megabyte RAD. You got a lot of loop logs there. And if you do have a lot of crash, I didn't know crash. So if I do a reboot, if I power off the
Here, read this. You can't send that, I know.
if you give me like, oh, it should just blow up and I go to RAD.
It's interesting, because on Friday I was talking to Thomas, Fried, and I said, okay, I want a logging system. What do you think would be persistence is number one. Persistence, rad, and then disk. And I'm like, why don't we have it? He says, well, I'm busy, but no, you're not too busy to put a logging system.
So here's my recommendation. I have another agenda for this, but you should have a common framework that has a special and then you should have user-based application library. Of app library.
Right, for events, if you want.
Log, like debug events.
A little bit higher.
I register immediately. I've got already registration. We want people to use our application library and log student registration and future tools.
Yeah, actually, at least can log in. Yeah.
Now you're already registering in the application library. Application library has its own logs, so you can see who's registering.
Yeah.
Now we talk about the data.
I'm into that stuff too.
You
I
pull
like
it
to
out, you
attempt
can
developers.
you got it. You've got to start very small.
Yeah.
You've got to drive the bigger.
That's actually why I put our system we put notification in app library. And everyone said, no, it shouldn't be an app library, it should be a separate service. And I'm like, you want people to use app library? I said, same damn thing. Yeah.
Because then I don't have the product that I build, that I sell to the world's largest enterprise. Every single fucking module does its own fucking thing.
Which is great for the it's great for the developers.
But it requires the person who wrote it to read it.
Yes.
That's why I always suggest everything is go look at Log4j, go look at the Google Log Console.
Politics is still, yeah.
I think you gotta, maybe there's another way of putting it. Everyone's
Yeah.
if you unfuck it next month versus in 5 months, that's not a material difference. So why not take a few months and time prioritize really important critical unfucking steps so that people, you say, look, I know you got a million other things to do.
Yeah.
Let's take your mind off that for a while. And let's get some really basic shit going here to make this simpler, to make it better so that LDs do this anyway. Last time it was 5,000, now it's 10.
Good. Keep it there.
I know, but you get my point. We need law here.
Well, I agree with that. I made logging a prerequisite. I told him that. You gotta pay for logging the first money. Free. And
That's amazing.
so I got it, like up here now. Finally. But I like this like API. Logging for JA.
I don't know if the kernel, I don't know enough about the kernel user space. I know C library, printf, debug, ideally what would happen is the developer will use VS, printf or whatever, and then an additional flag is there, whether it is exposed to the user or just like, the simpler you can make a standardized logging interface from the application developer perspective, that is on and off, like your learning, right? First of all, you're dumping it to zero bucks, which is not possible. If you were dumping that shit to RAD, you wouldn't even notice it.
Yeah, exactly.
It wouldn't, you could debug the Jesus out of it. All what happens is you go to RAD. First of all. So then people are turning more debug on. And if you have a really good framework, you could have developer mode that's put like 10 times more into RAD than it's put on Drive or something. I don't know if that makes sense. But you should say like, you could be much more aggressive in RAD, and then you could filter that one level down. And then, if you do this,
Again.
most of the stack, you can offload someone to write a UI visualization as a community effort, or one of the other devs for fun as a community effort to put in the operating system for these things. Do you have a Mac at all? Go to a Mac and open it.
Yeah.
And I think it's like, but they have a very nice window. It's got every single registered application. It's hard. So if you want to go look at icons, shit, you go in there, you open it up, and it shows you all the logs, and then they got a little log view for that.
Yeah.
And then you can't read them away.
I tried using Microsoft.
The system event thing is
It's slow as hell.
you want to model your visualizer off the Apple. You want to model the primitive UI off the Apple version, not the Microsoft.
I've used it many times to
You
try
put
and
the event, it updates it here, like it's Microsoft. The Apple one is just like files, search bar. You have all the code.
Yeah.
You've got Notepad, multi-edit, whatever. So then effectively it's multi-editor, a multi-viewer with a search bar, and it's just pretty much.
I need a serial terminal, damn it!
No, that's Streaming helps.
It does. It's very, very, very helpful.
Did you threaten the computer into functioning?
Yeah.
To help
Good all the time. This will do, but I won't be able to do anything because that. Which means I can't use Notepad. I can't use Notepad. That's fine, but I can't use Notepad because I don't have an Amiga key. So it's like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Dude! Huh? What? I have a spare keyboard. That's it. What? What are you doing? I'm trying to unhose this machine.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this years ago.
All right.
It is.
So they're all here.
And Herman's this is the way.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's not in the way because he says,
Oh, Trevor.
yeah, nothing but pushback. Yeah. I got my stuff. Yep. true, but still that they sit. Yeah.
But there is another way around that, which is very lightweight. Super, I mean, SSL based. But you do those two things to start.
Well, that's why Ben said no right away. He said, no, I don't even want to think about the risk. He wouldn't even think about it. I'm like, what risk? It's
By the time the risk matters, hopefully there's money to solve the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to companies, and these are major enterprises around the world, and they're listening to the machine marketing. It's machine data. You talk about it. You pay the machine data they send. We're doing the same thing. We're not. They might actually get a PCI, but we're doing the same thing. And if we get bit, then you put a little scrubber in there to look for credit card patterns.
Yeah, yeah.
But you've got to start.
But you have to do it. I think so too.
And then you go things like, okay, if you're bit, you have to have it. And then you can start getting data, start understanding where the problems are happening.
It's USB.
When did you update the last?
USB's working for me fine. I updated on Tuesday. It's been working for me perfectly fine the whole time. It's USB.
You did get the Tuesday update, because I rolled back on that one, because I was having problems with mass storage. I did keep the EHCI driver, the hardware driver, but I rolled back on it.
So it's dying. The USB control started.
I wonder if the
I did it all the time.
in use of the USB bus is not reliable.
It's possible. But this has been working fine until about
The top one, you know.
and now it's
And then I just, there it is. Just here.
Well, you need to
I do need USB. Okay. Well, I can try unplugging the devices.
and then plug it back in. You are so far behind on software. It's
Because I've been doing that, recovery. Oh, I should have.
You setting up over here? What's wrong?
No, I just saw Ken come on this thing, I was like, it's weird.
There, yeah.
Or if you do, control Amiga on it after you throw that.
You want cereal?
Yeah, so
Yeah, that'd be great.
different mice, like we have the Actually, do you have that mouse with you still, the inlet?
Sorry. It seems to work.
Let's plug it into my machine and see what it does.
Do I smell pizza?
I can reset
Yes,
mine.
it's here.
It's actually here.
There's a lot less people.
Yeah, yeah. So I've been doing it for, yeah, yeah.
I will send you an email with your website.
Please, yes. Yeah. I know.
I'm getting to that glorious point where you're just like, screw it, I've had enough.
Right, because I don't want him stuck in analysis paralysis. Yeah. I don't want to be doing the Amiga way. No, it's just a logic framework.
Oh, sure.
What's up?
Give me that cable.
The serial cable? So unplugging my devices,
Oh, if
and it
I have a
comes up.
standard format, that'd be so nice. Because we were just gonna wing it, right? We're gonna put core number being
The
standard.
other reason why you want to follow standard
The issue is actually one of my devices here.
And that's the time, and we've got fun. We've got somebody. So,
It's alive.
Good luck, Kelly. Did it work better?
Yeah, by unplugging these things, they came right up.
I'm gonna.
So maybe
Did you hear that graph is checking in again against the USB stack? Did you notice that? It's checking in. The guy who wrote the USB stack is back. He's making it check in.
That's fantastic.
It is. So we got to start filing bugs against it. We got to get this crap
I'm
fixed.
perfectly happy to do that. What kind of pizza did you guys get today?
I plugged it into my 64C that I brought for.
Like I said, like a ninja.
And it was just flashing. And I ended up actually having a base brickwork for it. Yeah, it didn't work. Weird. I was like, I plugged it in, I thought it was broken. Because it was the one I was selling him. But no, it was the.
Okay,
Yeah.
take the heavy duty power supply
Well, no,
Mr. Compton over there, and try that out. There you go.
Right.
And bring back the old Ray Carlson.
Oh, no, I have a version.
Great. How come this is not working?
But no, I brought everything because I was giving him the actual, the 64C. But I brought the bricks and everything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see if it still happens on a regular monitor because I have it plugged into a PVM right now.
If I dig into the back of the car, it could probably could be a duty Ray Carlson. But that was the cheaper model. Then I think I have in the car the midline model also. I didn't bring the top load out.
Well, that's probably as heavy as a. Yeah. I'm going to bring it to you.
Wash it down. Got a box.
Gives me terrible gas. Don't hug me too hard.
Man, this is gonna take forever. I don't know why you're laughing. I'm gonna make up some backups of some of these partitions, and I'm gonna get rid of them. My goal is now, when I get home, no more SFS. It's all NGFS. NGFS has got bugs, and it's not very fast.
It is fast.
It's okay. But SFS is part of AmigaOS, and I can't run it very well reliably with the debug kernel, and I've just had enough. York's not gonna, and he's never gonna update it. That's it. It's over. Oh yeah. Whatever's in there, that's it. So there's no point. With the NGFS, I know that there's a problem. Tony can help me.
It's just that, in that case, it's just we have to just get the material.
And it will. It'll happen.
Well.
Looking forward to that fight.
Yeah.
Sausage, right?
Rolled across the floor or whatever.
It's got geek dirt all over it.
We had, my wife loves Pizza Hut. We got it in Jerusalem. We were there in 2004. She was delighted. I thought it was very greasy. Yeah, it was like butter on the bottom or something strange. You like it?
Oh yeah. If you can get, the problem is you gotta get one, you gotta get a store that cooks it.
Oh.
Because when you get a delivery, they cook it short and then they throw it in the hot bags. Hoping that that will finish the cooking process.
Oh, really?
The problem is that Pizza Hut is owned by Pepsi, and you go in there and go to a restaurant. They have one thing shitty beer. You're gonna have good pizza and shitty beer.
We didn't have beer. I was disappointed in the size though. We got a large pizza. It was like small.
No, it's a pan pizza. And that's a person up hand pizza.
Oh,
pizza. They come in three sizes with the biggest one like that.
You would. Yes, sir. My goal now is to replace all my SFS partition. That's right. You looking for versions? happen if Matthew will tell me where to get the juice and which to not to follow. Someone's gonna get the problem is he just won't respond to emails about you. So where does it come from?
It comes from Mark also.
Mark is not doing anything for us?
Oh, yeah. He doesn't use it for the table or anything.
So can I ask him for something with Matthew?
He's not responding to emails from me.
From Mark or Matthew?
Mark. I've been talking to Mark for some time now. Integration of the legal because he's got everything around him. Non-volatile at the library, we're working law because it's been the wrong place for school and everything. So eventually, worked out where he moved the law. Have to at least tie down where they're going to be. Give me a vector.
I went to tell him the pizza's ready. Save me some.
So we exchanged emails for a few weeks. Nothing friendly.
Yeah, he's packing.
He's not talking to me anymore.
I wonder why. But then maybe he's on holiday. Could be.
6-month holiday.
Yeah, we don't have that problem. So much more relaxed.
He's a more focused.
Well, that explains it. It's those moth OS people.
Went into her browser and unlocked all of her browser passwords and was looking at them all. And now she's like totally spooked. Like, I get text messages every week like, I got this notification, like, should I upload my passport to you?
Let's go back on IRC. Plenty of action.
I'm sure, but if those messages from somebody you really know, you hang up and you call them. The number you know is that.
Every year we get here, and then we decide. It's the equivalent of my wife talking to her friends on Facebook when they're 2 doors down. Right.
Remember Lyle taking the red eye. Here's straight to the airport. Fly over all the way across. You guys did one. Take the red eye that one time?
No, I almost, close to took, well, I wouldn't even, in red eye, I've avoided the red eyes if I can. The worst I had was landing at 1 a.m. in DC with Joel. Everybody wanted off the airplane, and Joel had to stop and talk to the stewardess about his idea that he wanted them to take him to his house.
What?
Because in his head, he said, well, this is my flight home. I expect you to take me home. And literally, there's like 50 people behind me. Let us off the airplane. And I just walked away from him.
Is he joking?
He's insane.
He thought that they should take him home.
Yeah,
Well, it was half joking.
He was half joking, but he just, to do that while this line of people behind him are standing there at 1 a.m. trying to get off the airplane. You know, and the stewardess is there, bye-bye, bye-bye.
There could have been a riot.
Oh, God, yeah. No, it wouldn't have been a riot. It would have been a,
Massive
mauling.
Now he's making a buck. In order to enable this feature,
That's just sick, man.
oh, by the way, the one that it's using.
Oh my God, it's not even 1 o'clock yet.
No, otherwise I would probably get
Yeah.
next day. You didn't need anyway, but why make it worse?
Why make him?
In the CPU, there's a whole bunch of contacts. And Exec is using that memory in its virtual space, I guess, without passing it through this. So in order to access the network.
Is Trevor in the room?
In the CPU, you have to hit a particular.
No, it was on the panel. I saw it.
But he's basically saying,
Matthew Lane also.
and so we have to wait for Thomas to make changes to allow him to get access to that. Spin, so hopefully we'll see the steering committee and the developers will say, hey, I want to unlock this. Someone would actually.
Hey, you want to know something cool? Page Stream 5 runs on the table. PageStream 4 does not.
When we had the 30th, couldn't for 2 months get PageStream 4, any PageStream, although I had to go all the way back to 2. Couldn't get thrown in any 64. Like, fighting, only about 2 to 3 weeks out before we had everything printed. I got it working. No idea why it wasn't working. No idea how I got it working. I just kept resetting assignments to libraries and shit like that.
Somebody in Morpho-OS land had gotten access to PageStream. Well, Fisher, hopefully they'll do something with it. I wouldn't mind dual booting into Morpho-OS if I can use PageStream reliably.
Yeah, PageStream's a great piece of software.
It is. The problem is I don't bother using it because I can't use it reliably. I have to like save every 20 seconds.
It's pretty reliable. Not that
Or
it
it's not
doesn't
reliable
crash.
for me. I end up with freezes all the time, really. What version? I'm using 4156, right?
See, I haven't assigned it to run.
Something special.
It's just, it's got all these libraries and things like that you gotta have. But
Oh, and the other thing is half the time the fonts don't show up.
oh yeah,
But no, I mean, like, there's just no fonts. Nothing. It sees nothing.
I think that's part of the problem. You know. I don't even think there is how I do the cover sheets on drawings when I submit for permit.
Right.
See, look at it. It's got there's Lucy saying or triumvirate normal, there's triumvirate normal. Why is it that it can't see? But
No, on mine it
return-
doesn't see any.
Yeah, and so that happens too. It doesn't affect. It doesn't accept all fonts. So I just scanned this in.
Oh, and you made
And
a
I
version
just
of it.
simply made. These are all like, you know, text boxes on top. And that way, you know, so anytime I have to do one of these forms, these are the previous one, they go, but change the name of it, print the PDF and send it to my printer. It has been, it's been okay. What I have in the speed script. Stream. But 5, I never am able to get working.
Alex has found investors to finance his crazy ideas.
Yes, yes, he did.
That guy is amazing. I don't understand how he does what he does. He's not a young man, but he ends up with young girls, lives on the beach.
Right.
Right? He can go flush to broke to flush. Like, how does he do this?
Interesting.
It'd be exhausting. Yes. I'd be exhausted by it.
Gorgeous. That outrageous accent.
That's right. Why do you think I'm speaking to you with that outrageous accent? Better be careful with that smoke, and his teeth are all gonna fall out.
But it's like.
No script.
No, I have a script here.
Yeah, but you're not running. You're just.
It always defaults to tap with a click. Blocks. When you're trying to do something detailed and you move it a little bit, it clicks you out of the window. Now here's the script. Is it assigns page string 3, page string 4, soft logic and fonts to all the different places.
This guy really was a colossal bastard. He blew up a suicide vest in front of his kids. Yeah. He was traveling in a convoy with his wife and children, and when he realizes he's had it, instead of going out there to face the end, he blows himself up and kills his kids. I put the other one?
This is a really old version. This just doesn't sign it. That's what's happening. One more try.
Yeah, just a few more minutes. We're having some technical difficulties.
You remember I'll send you a backup of mine. Uh-oh. And it's a darn good thing he didn't. These guys are not rules, they just give you them.
Copyright this. Taking a look at the filer window on Bill's machine. It's gripping the drama.
Did you see the theme he's got on there?
It looks like, what is that? Are those cool? Are those moles?
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh, that. I've seen that before, actually. The guy who did, I don't know, the guy who did not running UAE, the other one, Blue UAE or whatever it is, he had the same theme.
I'm gonna leave it too.
Okay, everyone. We're going to start the presentation with Tony Wyatt here in a few minutes, and then we're going to shut down the broadcast stream because the situation in California with fires and everything. So just a heads up, give us a few more minutes, and Tony will be on.
The previous one, when it died, like, I need my copy. The only place I could get it immediately was, yeah, I know all these expensive stores. Expensive coffee to go with it. Okay.
Don't be cheap,
And then when this one died a month or two ago, I was like, I wanted to just go get a current. She was out of the Oh, this is small fucking cats. And but it's like it's got all these sensors to prevent it from operating if things aren't right. Like if the lid of the coffee is perfectly down, it just will not.
Does it tell you why?
No, it just you press the brew thing and just
Nothing.
goes beep beep. That's it. And you're like, that's brutal. It's just so brutal. That's an hour long brutal. I've been out there. I was out there for 6 minutes where they're going, okay, try this. Try, and then all the buttons and everything, the interface is all not form. It's not form follows function. It's just purely driven. Just, you know, it's like the most common button you think would be a grind button. No, there's one on the one side for setting the clock, and one on the other side for setting whether or not it's manual or automatic.
Don't hit it yet. It's very, very complicated, this coffee thing. My wife and daughter, they love this stuff. I like the fragrance of coffee, but I'm not a big coffee.
Brewed or beans?
I'm sorry?
Now we have Tony Wyatt from the continent of Australia, who is here joining us in Sacramento for AmiWest, presenting on the NGF check, which is a utility for, well, I'll let him tell you about that, but it's actually a nice user utility with a GUI and all that kind of stuff. So without further ado, here is Tony Wyatt.
How's that? That better? Yeah, sounds better. You may remember 3 years ago I stood here, well, not here, at the other end, so that's one lie already. And I introduced the new generation file system, which I call NGFS. This year Brian asked me to give you a little update on it, telling you where it's got to in the last 3 years. And it hasn't advanced much since then. It's a fully fledged mainstream file system these days. A few unfixed bugs, but nothing serious. They're only things which can be fixed easily. So, I'm going to tell you this time not so much about the file system itself, but the ways of looking after it and repairing it and checking that it's all okay. So, here's a picture of a typical file system, and the yellow box in the middle is the file system program itself. You can see the disk over there on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side here you've got all your calls coming in from users. Create a file, directory, delete something, read, write, list contents, all the usual things. They all appear as simple primitives, and they're called by DOS. So when your program says open file, DOS turns that request into a whole series of primitives, calls the file system with the primitives, and the file system does all the steps to open a file. As you can see, there's a cache on the far right-hand side of the box, and all the file's data is cached in there, so we try to minimize the number of accesses to the disk itself. So all reads come out of the cache, all writes go into the cache, and sometime later at a somewhat lower priority are written to disk. Now this, the architecture which I defined for the disk structures allows some expansion space, and although we designed that architecture back in 2012, so far we haven't had to change the formats on the disk at all. No, wrong. I haven't had to change the formats in a non-compatible manner. So what's on the disk is still compatible with early versions from 2012. Now, when you design something like this, you've got to ask yourself, how the hell am I going to test it? Because as you know, a file system is a pretty important part of an operating system. It has to be demonstrably true and secure. So the first things you do is you look at the data that the file system contains. Here are the callers coming in on the left-hand side. It goes into a vector table, just like a library. In fact, the file system is just like a library with vector functions and doing its work out of sight of the callers. You've got two lots of data. You've got your memory resident data here in the bottom of the box, which contains all the real-time descriptors of every object that you're playing with on the disk. And you've got your disk resident data over there. And these two are not necessarily identical because of the cache. A change due to a write request is going to update the cache and the memory resident parts immediately, but it won't necessarily be written to disk at that time. It might be written to disk in a couple of seconds when the file system has nothing else to do. So how do you debug this sort of thing? You've got to check that the memory resident data is correct. You've got to check that the disk resident data is correct. And bearing in mind that they're not necessarily the same. NGFS has an awful lot of debugging information built into the debug version, so much so that the binary is twice the size of the real non-debug version. So one of the first things I did was to write this little developers program called NGF debug. This is certainly not going to be released to users because its output is completely unintelligible to normal people. It only accesses the memory resident data. It does not look at anything on the disk. It doesn't know what's on the disk. It only reads what's there in memory about to be or has been written to disk. It's the sort of thing that I use to ask it how much memory is used at the moment, show me all the objects that are current, I want to know all their status and that sort of thing. All rather boring to non-programmers. So how do you check what's on the disk? What's actually been written to the disk? Well, you have a different program, and it has morphed over the years. It started out as a simple program like NGF debug, which could read blocks from the disk and do a binary dump of them, but you soon get sick of reading binary dumps and trying to compare a 64-bit disk address in this block with the same 64-bit address in another block at the other end of the disk. So after a while, I started to expand it, and to cut a long story short, NGF check now can read the whole of the disk and can check it all for consistency. It does not look at what's in memory. The disk does not even have to be online or mounted for NGF check to work. So if your disk is unmountable, then NGF check can still check it and maybe even find out why it's not working for you. Okay, it can fix errors if it finds them. Of course, it has to recognize errors and it has to know how to fix errors. So there's a big lookup table inside the program which tells it using, if you find this sort of error in this sort of object, then this is a good way to fix it. It does not perform any checks or repairs on user data, because user data is entirely transparent. It only looks at the structures of the data on disk. Here is an example directory. We have the directory header here on the left-hand side with a number of slots for pointing to various objects within the directory. You can see slot 1 is pointing to a file up the top there. Slot 3 is pointing to a soft link. Slot 4 is empty, so its content is 0. Slot 5 is pointing to a subdirectory, a daughter directory. Why are they always daughters? You never heard of son directories, do you? Each one of these objects can have other data coming off from it. So, for instance, a file header, you've just got the one header block there, which describes the file, tells anybody reading it how much data it has, whether it has a comment. If it's a huge file with lots of allocations of data on the disks, then it may have extension file headers to describe all the rest of the data. So the slot 1 here in the directory header is nothing but a 64-bit address that points to the file header block. The file header block, of course, has return pointers pointing back to the directory header. There's a lot of redundancy in it, and all these redundancies have to be checked to make sure that they're consistent. Here is an example of the lookup table in the repair part of the program. If, for instance, you find that the header of a file or something else is not formed properly, it might have an invalid date or its checksum may be wrong or something like that. These are the actions that that NGF check would do if for different sorts of objects. So, for instance, if it's a subdirectory, it'll say, look, we can't do anything with this, just delete it. If it's a file, same thing, comment, hard link, it'll just delete it. If it's a directory extension, blah, 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 you can delete that extension from the directory and so on. A lot of these actions are pretty drastic. The full version has a GUI. The original version was only a CLI command, and the version which is distributed with the pre-release A122 and X5000 machines, the pre-release version of NGFS and of NGF check is a CLI only version. But it's equivalent. You can do the same things with the GUI and the CLI version. The GUI is just a little prettier. So here's the GUI window. You can select the volume, of course, up the top. You can select whether to repair it or not. This is the result of scanning the SDK volume on one of my machines. It shows you the number of objects that it found in its scan, and so on. The green boxes are status reports. So it checks the signature block on the volume, that's the first green box. The 2 root blocks on the volume, there's one at each end of the disk allocation, disk surface. There's one for the bitmap and another for the journal contents. And then the last 3 are actual passes through the data on the disk. It needs 3 passes through the data because it has to check all the allocations of data to the various objects. The allocations within the bitmap, that is. Firstly, it checks that every bit of data referenced by file headers and directory headers and so on is actually marked as allocated in the bitmap. Then on the second pass, it goes through and checks that only one thing, no more than one reference to each bitmap content. And then thirdly, it goes through and makes sure that there are no blocks in the bitmap marked as used but not referenced by anything, which would then be lost to the system. So in this case, we have 3 greens at the end. If you were to find errors and click the repair box up the top, you'd have another box at the end to show the result of the repair process. So, if we can, I'll see if I can run this NGF check on Bill's machine here. It ran all right the other day. Thank you. You can run NGF check from CLI, of course, as I've said. You can also run it from the workbench, or you can run it from the workbench, or you can run it from the icon by clicking on the icon and selecting icons. Oh, you did.
Just like we set up, Tony. I've never run it on that partition.
That's an old partition, that one. That's going through all your rollbacks. Anyway, as it goes, you can see that it shows you in the status box there which directory it's working on at the moment. It doesn't show every directory, it just updates about 4 or 5 times a second. So you can see that it's running and it's doing something. It shows you a running total of the number of directories and files and comments and everything else as it goes. At the end here, it shows, can you just expand it vertically a bit, Bill? At the end of its run, no, I think there are quite a few of those. Just leave it like that, thanks. At the end of its run, you can see that there are some errors in the first pass. They're all repairable errors, easy to repair. We won't try to do it now because it'd take too long. But in Bill's case, these are all easy to fix problems. And you can see that on his Alt workbench, which must be a fairly big one, it is. It's a very big file. It's taken some 38 seconds to run through it. On a typical system installation, system disk, it takes about 10 seconds on an X5000. On my Tabor, it takes about 14. It's a little bit slower, but not that much. So there it is running on another partition now with a few more interesting errors. Once again, easily fixable. So that's it. Both NGFS and NGF check will be available sometime with the next paid update of the OS. There are demonstration versions, the CLI only version of NGF check, available with the Tabor and Cyrus X5000 versions on sale at the moment. Go, any questions? Yes, what does NGFS do better than other file systems? Okay, it's a lot faster than the fast file system. I forget the figures that I quoted 3 years ago, but in reading and writing, for instance, looking up files, the usual sort of things, it's about 50 times faster than FFS. It's about the same speed as SFS, so there's no real speed advantage or lack of disadvantage against SFS. So it behaves about the same as SFS. A bit better here, a bit less there. But certainly it's a way better than FFS. And its greatest advantage, if I may say so myself, is that it's maintained. It's maintained and maintainable. FFS isn't. It's not been updated for several years, and in many areas it's completely unmaintainable. You just can't improve it, because to do so would need destroying all the disk structures and bringing them up to date in various ways, like 64-bit disk addresses, for instance, which just isn't possible anymore without rewriting it. Any more questions? No, I think we're done. I'm sorry?
The maximum disk size.
Oh, there's no maximum. No. It's as big as your disk capacity.
No, what's the theoretical limit?
As big as your disk capacity, which is 16 exabytes.
Sorry?
16 exabytes?
That's it?
Yeah.
Weak sauce.
He wants more.
I have a zettabyte array.
He wants more.
Yottabytes.
Keep it down and back.
2 more weeks.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
I think it's safe to say that you probably wouldn't hear from developers on other platforms in a setting like this, that you didn't have to pay $1,000 to attend, and details such as this that are a daily help to those of us who deal with these kinds of things. Thank you, Tony, for developing the software and also for helping us to see it. We really appreciate your efforts tremendously. I do have an announcement about next year's show. The dates have already been booked. And in fact, the dates have already been posted on AmiWest.net. They just were posted right now. So next year's show will be October 21st through October 25th, 2020. Lots of 20s in there. And the hotel rate code, which we will negotiate and announce soon, will be active from October 20th through October 26th, the day before and the day after. So you can get the AmiWest rates at the, by calling the hotel in the usual process next year. Now, I've already spoken to them about the rates, the room rates especially. They will likely go up, but not more, as I've been told, not more than a few dollars a room. So we can probably count on, pretty much what we have right now for that. And also been assured that the meeting room space contract will be pretty much the same cost as well. So what I'd like to do next year is fill it up a little more. And for those of you who know people who are even potentially interested in a new operating system, a new computer, a new platform, we now have other means to access this. So lots of new hardware coming out. We have the Alex box. We've got all kinds of things going on. So I think this year's show was interesting, in fact, very interesting. Next year's show will be even more so. So please do make your plans to attend. And you can make the reservation for your hotel room up to 50 weeks in advance. Now, I want to make sure this gets on the net because people frequently misunderstand this. Your card will not be charged. It is required to reserve the room, but it's not charged until you check out at the end of your stay. You can cancel the room up to 1 day before the show starts. So please make your reservation. And from a technical standpoint, what this does for us as show organizers is it helps us fill up the block of rooms. If we need more rooms, we can get them, especially since it's a year out. But if you wait until the last second to reserve, first of all, you won't get the rate. And second of all, our block will not be credited. Now, you're probably saying, well, who gives a rip? Well, what happens to us is that the more rooms we sell, the more negotiation leverage we have on the rates for this space, as well as for the rates for the hotel rooms. So sign up. If you're coming anyway and you know it, sign up 2 weeks from today. You can sign up. So it's 50 weeks in advance. They don't take 52. Don't know why. But it's going to be up there. The rates will be up there soon. So you can safely make a reservation. Your card will not be charged. And you'll have lots of time to make sure that you have funding for the trip and that your friends have funding for the trip. I really appreciated, Amok bringing 2 of the club members with you. Thank you very much. Let's give them a hand for that. They came all the way from Canada. Those of you who live here at Elk Grove, it's not going to cost you a lot of money to drive out the road, so please do. So all in all, what we're trying to do is not only build attendance, but build exposure for the developers and the developments that are happening. And you'll hear about this on the blog too. I'm going to attempt this year to make at least 1 post a week. And so we'll double the number of posts we usually put up. I did learn, through the error on the post that a lot of people read the blog. So keep reading and be able to see all of the things that are coming up as well. And we'll probably make more out of that and show you a little more of the inner workings of what goes on here through the club sponsorship of this show and also through the negotiations that go on, as well as a few of the nuts and bolts that happen during the year. So those are things that are planned for the blog, and I really hope to see a lot of you, especially those in the online audience, here next year for AmiWest 2020. Again, October 21 through October 25, 2020, right here. So thank you for your time and attention. And like I said before, you'll see some people depart because they pretty much have to go home and attend to power outages and fires. So, but do stick around, and part of what we do here is conversation, plans for coming months and next year, and please do let us converse with you and find out what your experience has been here. We are also looking for feedback, so if you want to feedback to us about this year's show, hopefully positive comments, but if you can couch deficiencies in positive language, that would be nice to read. And please send it to info@AmiWest.net, which is our general information email address. So those are some of the things that we're trying to get going this year. I'm hoping to appoint somebody, some hapless club member, to manage this email and find out what we can do to summarize it and improve. Robert.
Do we have to call the hotel proper to make AmiWest reservations?
Well, it appears to depend upon where you're surfing in from. Don't ask me why. I don't know. So the AMI group code is good on the internet. I've tested it myself. It works on my X5000 from Roseville. So using the Odyssey web browser. So, and that's another thing, just a little plug for the Odyssey web browser on the X5000. It works great for me. And, I do PayPal on it. I do my bank on it. I do, everybody who uses server-side security and doesn't give a rip about what kind of browser I use, it worked great. It works super. So, those of you who, sometimes find, crazy things going on with the Odyssey web browser, that's the reason, is because those sites are looking for client-side security. And obviously, our version of Safari is too old when they finger it to find that out. So if the online code doesn't work, call them. As far as I know, Joseph, the assistant general manager here, will still be here next year. And fortunately, we're getting them to train the people on the desk to actually get into the block and make reservations. So that's any other questions about that? So, so really, reserve ahead of time. This year we sold more nights than we've ever sold. We sold 72 nights of housing. And so next year I'd like to make it 100. And especially those of you who are coming in, from out of state or can share a room with somebody, that would be an ideal way to cut the cost in half. Or out of the country, or, from some other planet. Although I don't think we have any other planetary visitors with us right now. Of course, maybe we do. Yes, they're just in good disguise. So that's all I have for right now. Pretty soon, since Mr. Borsari has to depart and deal with the things at home, power outages for PG&E, we're probably going to be shutting down the stream fairly soon before the show ends. But thank you, Bill, again, for doing all this hard work. Let's give Bill a hand. And SAC members, give us a wave. Who's in SAC that's still here? Okay, back in the back, SAC members. All right, there's the other volunteers that have kept it going. Thank you very much. Thank you to Jerry for the games competition. And especially now, Jerry, do we have a new champion for today? we heard a groan from the game corner.
There's an off mic from one of the games in the background.
Mark, okay. Well, so far, I guess we won't be able to announce them online because we have a few hours left.
Hey, Jerry, bring the trophy over here real quick.
Yeah, let us see the trophy.
Yeah, let's bring that.
These are really cool.
Jerry's going to bring the trophy so you can see it
Things
on
that were custom designed just for this show, just for this purpose of trophies, and 3D printed to give us trophies. This is pretty cool. So it'll really be a cool deal here. Yeah, there's this is the Boing Ball trophy. Very nice.
Completely licensed.
Oh, it does.
Now spin it around like it's on a pedestal.
It is awesome. It-
I'm not gonna compete because I gotta leave. It's awesome.
It's totally awesome. It's very cool.
And your kids made that. That's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, my younger son modeled it, and my older son printed it, and my wife and older son did the painting of all three of the different elements of it.
So wife and two sons designed and built the trophies for this year.
Yes.
Will there be a games competition next year?
I hope so. I hope so.
Okay.
I've been to some tentative talks with the podcaster and Rich Neal. Oh, yes, yes. Eric and Cody. And they don't have this is teaming up next year to do something, so we'll be in conversation throughout the year to figure out what we can do.
Yeah, maybe we'll stream it.
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've had some attendees here who run a games podcast, and they're local here in Elk Grove. So we'll be having some updates from them as well throughout the year. So things are exciting, and we're hopefully including you as part of the excitement next year as well. So thanks again, Bill, and we'll cut off the stream, but we're not going to cut off the show. So hang around for a bit, and then we'll be able to, there will be an after party like there usually is at the usual place, because we have travelers going to San Francisco tonight to catch aircraft in the morning, or maybe even later tonight, I don't know. So we'll be at Brookfield tonight for that after party. You're invited to that as well. It's no host, so come prepared to order and be on your own. But it's always a fun time to converse as well. So with that, we'll cut off the stream and have some more conversation. Have a great year. See you next year.
You gotta play to win the trophy in the corner. Go play the game, so Mark gets the competition here.
You've been blocked. Something with AmiWest. AmiWest channel? There is an AmiWest channel.
Yeah, but then you drive on the wrong side of the road, we'll all die of fiery death.
Yes, but what a way to go! Flames licking the sides of the car. Think of the story.
No. Is this, oh, that's your machine there?
Yeah.
That's quite nice.
Really nice. Oh, no, sorry. Left them over there. Yeah.
Folds them down, you know.
That's just a screen.
Yeah, it's just a still nice.
No, it's gonna be like the Tasmanian Devil, man. But I'm starting it in 6 minutes.
Yeah, so it's like between these two things and this, I can tack
So far, so
everything
good.
in there.
It's definitely the USB
table as well.
No, it's my 440.
The 440.
So we need to hammer the hammer it.
Well, now that we've got something.
Yeah, because we were trying to get the 7 joysticks working
Yeah,
on
I mean,
that.
it's like, and they make a version of this case.
Was it
it's
all
only this
USB or
one,
some of it
but
Amiga?
I never, I didn't know whether or not it was as it is.
Yes.
Got
But how do you
a
know?
drive in there.
I mean, unless you've got a group through, you can actually look in the stack tray.
Do you want a couple of joysticks that don't
Yeah, my 440.
file bug reports to them as well?
I've got two.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah, no, because I thought the Sile case.
I've got an El Cheapo.
I thought the Sile case was gonna be smaller, and when it arrived, I was like, oh, God.
Yeah.
You know?
It goes through an adapter. For whatever reason, when it goes to the adapter, it'll come up, it's recognized, everything's fine. And then at some point, I get a freeze.
Trying to get, I literally searched for a year looking at ITX cases.
But either way,
My adapter's working fine.
the one from the game port to USB adapter?
USB to true game.
Usually I did, except the problem is that my phone and that don't like to talk to each other, and the hotel
But like I
network
said,
and
I
this
got these
doesn't
extra
talk to each other
joysticks.
anymore. It
Yeah.
used to. I mean, I have a Wi-Fi card in
I was
there.
gonna try to give you
Oh, you have? Yeah.
People have access to source.
I've also got a couple that
And I tried the Aethros card, and that one was also spotty about connecting to
We need to get
things.
the wider stuff, and more importantly, we need to.
So Tony's got like applying 2 kids, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
I should give you the Super Bomber Man. They give you the Super Bomber Man. We were doing it last night.
then we can get the
Yes.
2.5.
Because it's
something like that.
Let me get it. I have a copy. I'll tell you the story.
So we're booked with the hotel.
I get the neighborhood kids to come in and play.
Yeah. That's why you need joysticks.
What I'm thinking is when we get there, we should try to extend the room another day.
I'll take the cost.
How many folks played last night?
We had 6, including Daniel, who kicked all our asses like we were children. So what happened is the game goes to abandonware. The PC version stops working. So Daniel rewrote it using the original graphics files.
Cool.
So he's afraid to distribute it because it has the original graphics files in it.
Right.
So there should be a Bomberman directory. No.
So I can
Clean up the display.
I'm working on it. Just right now, everything's really slow because of the copy.
Yeah.
There we go.
Click in there and put the space bar. Click in that window and hit space bar. You can do whatever you want.
I didn't know I could do that.
Where did the Bomberman go?
Tom Bomberman.
Yeah, that's the one.
There we go. All right.
He probably didn't give it an icon because it's illegal. It is technically illegal. He's got a table immersion as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna copy both. If you don't mind.
So what he did is he took the original sound and graphics files and he rewrote the fucking game.
Nice.
And that's what it is. And it plays great. He's a very, very good coder. We need to figure out how to get him.
I bought this. I bought this. These two are free. I never bought that one. And of course, I bought Tower Defense 7 and my Balance Squad.
Which one did you buy?
So basically, I've got all his games except for Basic Cards.
That's actually a really nice one too.
Is it? It's a card game?
It's a really pretty card game. It's beautiful.
Is it still available for purchase?
You can get it on Amazon. Or you can get it on Android now. I don't know if it's for sale, but you should.
I don't really want it for Android.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, but you gotta play that with your kids. Play as many joysticks as you can.
Okay.
And hit me up on IRC if you need help, because I saw him do it. So I can walk you through what you need to do to map it all out.
That's going to be interesting.
No, it's actually beautiful. You define label, you map it, and then you go to the player screen, you say player 1 is this joystick.
Oh, this label?
Okay. Yeah, so it's actually very easy, but it's a little, you gotta know how to do it.
Did you stream Tony's talk?
Okay.
That was okay, right?
I thought I had pressed the screen button. I was talking to people on YouTube.
There you go.
Who all said it was there. I'm gonna shut this
Alex,
down.
she said it was. Alex, she said it was.
And it's for playback. I need to support to restore Saturday because it's
Yeah. And all it takes is one.
right. And as soon as I realized that I was coming along to the song, I'm like, oh shit. I'm not supposed to know this.
Yeah.
Let me try that mouse real quick. I'm gonna push
So there's some issues. No, well, hey, no wireless. Wire network is fine. The wireless network hasn't been getting working, but I just remember.
Reese has a wireless card that does it?
Yeah.
The Prism 2?
I also have the Atheros card, but I had even more problems trying to get that to connect with it.
I've had a lot of problems with the AmiWest driver. I've got 2 wireless cards that I tested, but none of it works on my 5000. Prism 2 card doesn't work on my 5000. Yeah. I can't remember if it's the Prism.
Okay, everyone, this is Bill again. I should get on camera here and do a little sayonara.
It's the authentication thing. It's not really the driver.
It's like the ultimate selfie. I set up this giant streaming rig so that I can do a selfie here at the end of AmiWest. Should I light myself from behind with the giant light? Anyway, thanks. We have how many people online? 24. So we had peaked about 40 today. Fantastic, especially considering that it was a lighter day. Let me get this text out of my face. Okay, so this concludes the internet stream of AmiWest 2019. We'll be back next year doing it more. Hopefully California is not going to be on as fire. If you have access to Google Maps and you go type Sacramento, you'll see that there's a major highway about 6 miles from here that is now being shut down because literally the wildfires at the airport. So that's why I got to get out of here and get home. Yeah, great show. We had Trevor here talking about what's coming for the enhancement for the X5000, sort of a relaunch, if you will, with newer drivers for Wi-Fi and various other things that we desperately need. Progress on the T-board, it's been a long time coming. Know a little bit of the backstory, things that are completely out of their control. They're working really hard to bring it to market so that we have hardware on the OS4 side. On the classic side, we see more and more development. Clearly, Amiga 34, there's a ton of great stuff happening there. Here we had Alex talking about the Flaphouse product. It's really for more developers today, but could unlock a lot of really interesting future functionality. Someone's walking in front of the camera. I literally stand around and talk to myself, and people think I'm just insane. They don't know I'm talking to the camera. Anyway, I think the stream actually went really well. Saturday seemed to be spotless. I think audio quality was much better than it normally is, or is spot on. Had a couple of video problems today. Sorry about that. Just dealing with all the stuff we've got. You know, part of the point of being an Amiga show is it's an Amiga show. Could I go out and buy a bunch of HDMI captured card, go full HDMI with Open Broadcast or vMix or some other software to do the mixing and drive the display to 4K? Yeah, I could absolutely do that. That's not a problem. But then I wouldn't be using a video toaster and I couldn't do this kind of stuff. Whoops. Let me switch to this guy. Where's the baby? You know? We have the video toaster for this exact reason right here. Overlays, all that stuff done by video toaster. I'll try to get the flyer working for next year and see if we can interject some canned video. I don't even know what to do with that, but that's not the point. The point is to figure out how you can use it. Great core people from the show. Love to see some more folks out here. What you don't see on the camera is the after parties that were happening the entire week of people getting together, having a great time. So I'm signing off now. I'm going to pack up all of this stuff that you see here sometime in the next maybe 15 minutes, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. So there's the computers, the monitors. I got to put all this stuff away and collect my X5000, which is over here, and all the other stuff. And then load it up in the car and get the heck out of here because it's already a 2-hour, normally a 1-hour drive, and now it's a 2-hour drive because all the fires and everything. Okay, bye everyone. See you next year.